In the year 2001, a geologist named Gela de Boer drove a drill into the rock beneath one of the most famous temples on Earth, the Temple of Apollo at Delphi. The place where, for 1,000 years, a single woman had told kings whether to go to war, whether to build cities, whether to cross rivers with their armies, and the kings had listened. Every time, de Boer was not looking for prophecy, but what he found shouldn't have been possible. A geological explanation for something that modern scholars had spent 80 years insisting was pure myth. He was looking for faults, geological faults. Cracks in the earth where tectonic plates shift and grind and break. He had first noticed something unusual about this site 20 years earlier. While surveying the seismic zone around the Gulf of Corinth for the Greek government, a fault line ran directly beneath the temple. Not near it, not close to it, directly beneath the room where the woman had sat. He filed the observation away. It took him 2 decades to come back. When he did come back, he brought an archaeologist named John Hale from the University of Louisville. And together they did something no one had thought to do in 100 years of scholarship. They tested the rock. They sampled the water from the spring that still flows beneath the temple foundations. And what came up in those samples was ethylene, the same gas that was used, and this is the detail I keep circling back to. As a general anesthetic in operating rooms starting in March of 1923, at Presbyterian Hospital in Chicago. A gas that at low doses produces euphoria, a floating sensation, detachment from the body, and the ability to speak in an altered voice while appearing to be somewhere else entirely. A gas with a faint, sweet smell. The ancients described the sacred vapor rising from the floor of the oracle's chamber as a sweet-smelling pneuma. Literally a sweet breath. They described the woman who breathed it as entering a state of detachment, speaking in an altered voice, appearing to float above herself. For 23 centuries, those descriptions had been part of the record. For 80 years, scholars had dismissed them as invention. We will come back to that dismissal. Because the story of how the greatest minds of the 20th century spent 80 years insisting the ancients were wrong, and how 2 scientists proved, with a drill and a water sample, that the ancients were exactly right, is a story about the difference between looking and assuming. But first, consider this. For roughly 80 years, from 1904 to the mid-1980s, the official position of classical scholarship was that the ancient descriptions of intoxicating vapors rising from the earth at Delphi were fiction, myth, exaggeration, possibly religious propaganda. A generation of archaeologists had looked at the bare rock beneath the temple and declared, "There is no chasm. There are no vapors. The ancients were wrong." Textbooks stated it as fact. Peer-reviewed journals published it without challenge. The matter was considered settled. The ancients were not wrong. The geologists were simply the first people in a century to actually check. And we will come back to that too. The story of the Oracle at Delphi begins not with a woman or a god, but with the ground, specifically with 2 cracks in the earth. The site sits on the southern slope of Mount Parnassus, roughly 100 kilometers northwest of Athens, overlooking a valley of olive trees that drops toward the Gulf of Corinth. The landscape is dramatic. Sheer limestone cliffs above, a deep ravine below, and the temple perched on a narrow shelf carved into the mountainside at about 570 meters above sea level. The rock here is limestone, porous, layered, riddled with natural springs and underground channels. The kind of rock that water moves through like a slow river, dissolving passages and leaving cavities behind over millions of years. Beneath the Temple of Apollo, 2 geological faults cross. The Delphi Fault runs roughly east to west, cutting directly under the temple foundations. The Kurna Fault, older and deeper, intersects it at an angle from the north, the point where they meet. The precise intersection of these 2 cracks in the crust of the earth sits directly below the room the Greeks called the Adyton, the innermost chamber, the one no visitor was allowed to enter. The one where the woman sat on a bronze tripod and breathed. This is not a coincidence. It cannot be a coincidence. The Greeks built their most important oracle on the one spot where two fault lines cross. And they built the prophetic chamber directly above the intersection. Either they knew what was beneath them, or the thing beneath them told them where to build. Either way, the relationship between the geology and the temple is precise, not approximate. Not coincidental, precise, and here is the thing that should stop you cold. The scholars who denied the vapors for 80 years never tested this. They saw bare rock and concluded there was nothing beneath it. They were looking for a chasm, a dramatic Hollywood fissure, and missed the chemistry seeping through 1,000 hairline cracks. The ancients, who had no word for ethylene, built their holiest room directly above the intersection. The moderns, who had every analytical tool, declared the ancients were wrong without picking up a drill. That an institution this precise, this geologically calibrated, shouldn't have worked at all by the standards of modern scholarship. And yet it worked for 1,000 years, is something no one can explain by dismissing it as theater. The limestone at this junction is bituminous, a technical word meaning it contains hydrocarbon deposits, blackish oils embedded in the rock up to 20% by weight, when seismic activity along the faults generates heat and friction. Those hydrocarbons break down into lighter gases, methane, ethane, and ethylene. The gases rise through the fissures, and fractures in the limestone dissolve into the groundwater that flows through the Kurna spring and seep upward through the floor of the room above. The room is small, perhaps 3 meters by 4. The room is underground, or nearly so. A basement chamber beneath the main temple floor, reached by a descending stone passage. The room has no ventilation to speak of. The ceiling is low, the walls are close. And into this small enclosed space, the gas seeps from below, building in concentration with each hour that the room remains sealed. A woman sits in this room on a bronze tripod, positioned directly above the vent. She has been fasting. She has bathed in sacred water from the Castalian spring. She has drunk from a different spring, the Croesus, that flows underground directly into the temple foundations. She has burned barley meal and laurel leaves on the sacred hearth, filling the room with aromatic smoke. She has chewed fresh laurel leaves, sacred to Apollo. And now she breathes. The gas accumulates in that small space with the stone walls and the low ceiling and the single narrow passage for air. The concentration builds. Not enough to kill, not enough most of the time to cause convulsions, just enough to shift something in the brain, enough to create a euphoria so gentle it feels like floating. The voice sounds distant, as though it is coming from somewhere else, and the words feel like they are not entirely her own. For 1,000 years, they called this the breath of Apollo, the pneuma, the sacred exhalation of the god who had claimed this mountain. De Boer called it ethylene, and the effects he documented: euphoria, dissociation, altered speech, a sweet smell, a sense of disconnection from the body. Matched the ancient descriptions so precisely that a toxicologist named Henry Spiller, working at the Cincinnati Poison Control Center, published a clinical comparison in the journal Clinical Toxicology in 2002 and concluded that the pharmacological fit was exact. Think about that for a moment. A gas that was used in hospitals to put people under, rising through the floor of a temple. Breathed by a woman selected specifically for her ability to sit still and receive it. And every king in the ancient world lined up to hear what she said while she was under. They sailed across seas. They marched armies to the foot of this mountain and waited in line. They gave fortunes in gold, all to hear the words of a woman who was, in a clinical sense, anesthetized. This is the story of the Oracle at Delphi, not the myth of it, the geology, the chemistry, the politics, the 1,000-year institution that ran on a crack in the earth and a woman on a tripod. And the century of modern scholarship that got it completely, embarrassingly wrong. But how did anyone find this crack in the first place? The answer involves goats behaving strangely on a mountainside. And a man who bent too close. The Greeks themselves told a story about how Delphi was discovered, and like most Greek origin stories, it involves animals behaving strangely and humans being too curious for their own safety. A goatherd, the sources do not give his name, which tells you something about how old this tradition is, old enough that the human involved has been worn away while the story itself remains. Was grazing his flock on the slopes of Mount Parnassus. The terrain here is steep, rocky. Scrubby vegetation between limestone outcrops, with patches of wild thyme and oregano that the goats favored. The goatherd knew this hillside the way any herder knows the land that feeds his animals, intimately, practically, without any need for the language of geology or theology. Near a particular spot on the hillside, the goats began to act unlike themselves. They leaped, they danced, they made sounds they did not normally make. Agitated, strange, somewhere between distress and ecstasy, the goatherd went to investigate. He found a cleft in the rock, and from the cleft, something was rising. Not visible exactly, but present. A warmth, maybe. A sweetness in the air. He bent closer, he breathed it in. And he began to speak words he did not understand. This account comes from Diodorus Siculus, a historian writing in the 1st century before the Common Era. He may have been recording a tradition that was already several centuries old by his time. The detail that matters is this: the discovery was accidental, it was physical. And it was caused by something coming out of the ground, not a vision sent from the sky. Not a vision planted by a god. A gas, rising from a crack in rock, affecting the bodies and minds of animals first, and then the human who came to see why. Diodorus says that word spread. Other locals came to the cleft. They too breathed the vapors. They too spoke strange words. Some fell in. The story does not end well for all of them. Eventually, the community decided that one person should be designated to breathe the fumes, to spare the others from the danger, and to give the experience some structure. A young woman was chosen. A tripod was placed over the vent so she would not fall in. The earliest oracle at this site was not dedicated to Apollo. It belonged to Gaia, the earth. Some sources say the oracle was tended by a nymph named Daphne, or by the Titaness Themis, who personified divine law and the natural order of things. The connection is almost too neat. An oracle of the earth goddess, powered by the literal breath of the earth, tended by servants of the earth. But the geological evidence suggests the tradition may be exactly right. The vapors were the exhalation of the ground. A pre-scientific people encountering this phenomenon would have had every reason to call it the voice of Gaia. She was, after all, the ground beneath their feet. And the ground was, after all, speaking. What happened next is one of the foundational myths of Greek religion. Apollo, young, golden, the god of light and music and rational knowledge and the healing arts, came to Delphi and killed the creature that guarded the site. The creature was called Python. Some versions describe a dragon, others a monstrous serpent. All agree that Python was ancient and powerful, and that it served the older gods. The gods of earth and darkness and the things that stirred beneath the surface of the world. Apollo slew Python with arrows. He claimed the oracle for himself and established his temple on the exact spot where the serpent had died, which was also the spot where the vapors rose. The priestess who served him was called the Pythia, after the serpent he had killed. The oracle itself was called the Pythian oracle. And Apollo's title at Delphi was Pythian Apollo, the god who had conquered the earth serpent and taken its power for the sky. There is a way to read this myth that the geologists find interesting. A new religion, Olympian, rational, sky-oriented, associated with order and light, arrives at a site already sacred to older, chthonic powers. Powers associated with the earth, with darkness. With the unpredictable forces that rumble beneath the surface, the earth oracle is not destroyed, it is absorbed, rebranded. The vapors still rise, the woman still sits over them. But now she speaks for Apollo instead of Gaia. The power source stays the same, only the management changes. This pattern repeats throughout the ancient world. Sacred sites are not abandoned, they are inherited. Christianity would do the same thing centuries later, building churches on top of pagan temples. Converting solstice festivals into Christmas, absorbing the geography of the old religion into the structure of the new. The ground remembers what the theology forgets. And the ground at Delphi remembered longer than any theology that claimed it. No one knows how the earliest inhabitants identified this specific spot. Whether it was the goats or the smell, or some older knowledge now lost, but they found it. And what they found still baffles anyone who tries to reduce it to a single explanation. The transition from Gaia to Apollo may also explain something about the Pythia's role that is easy to overlook. The oracle was always female. In a civilization where political power, military command, religious authority, and public speech were overwhelmingly male, the most important voice in the Greek world. The one that kings traveled months to hear, the one that could start or stop wars, belonged to a woman. Not a queen, not a noble, an ordinary woman from the local village, selected not for her wisdom or her birth, but for her willingness to sit over a crack in the floor and breathe. Some scholars have connected this to the pre-Apolline tradition. When the oracle belonged to Gaia, the Earth Mother, it would have been natural for the priestess to be female. A servant of the goddess in the goddess's own image. When Apollo took over, the female priestess was retained, perhaps because the tradition was too old to change. Perhaps because the gas worked differently on different bodies, and the priests had observed that women responded more consistently or more safely, or perhaps. And this is the reading I find most interesting, because the oracle's power depended on a quality that the Greeks associated with women, the ability to be a vessel, to be empty enough to be filled, to surrender control of the voice and let something else speak through it. Actually, this is not a flattering characterization by modern standards. It is, frankly, a characterization that says more about the limits of Greek attitudes toward women than about the women themselves. But consider that the civilization that denied women political rights, legal autonomy, and public voice nonetheless placed the single most important institution in its world in the hands. Or more precisely, in the lungs and voice of a woman. The contradiction is spectacular. And the fact that it worked, for 1,000 years without anyone seeming to notice the contradiction, tells you something about how deeply embedded the tradition was. No one knows why the system worked with this arrangement. Why an ordinary village woman, with no training, sitting over a crack in the floor, could produce utterances that the most powerful men in the Mediterranean treated as divine law. The Pythia was female because the earth was female, because the old goddess was female. Because the breath that rose through the rock and into the lungs of the person on the tripod had always, from the very beginning, been received by a woman. And no king, no matter how powerful, ever suggested it should be otherwise. The physical site of Delphi deserves a moment of attention. Because it explains something that scholars have argued about for centuries. Why here? The sanctuary sits on a natural shelf carved into the steep southern face of Parnassus. Above it, two massive limestone cliffs called the Phaedriades, the shining rocks, rise vertically, their pale surfaces catching the afternoon light until they glow almost golden. In the narrow gorge between the two cliffs, the Castalian spring emerges from the rock face, fed by rainfall filtering through the porous mountain above. This was the spring where the Pythia bathed before each consultation, and where all visitors to the sanctuary ritually purified themselves before ascending the sacred way. Below the sanctuary, the land drops steeply through terraces of olive trees to the Pleistos River Valley. And beyond that, the coastal plain leading to the Gulf of Corinth. On a clear day, you can see the water from the temple. On a clear night, the stars above Parnassus are unobstructed by any competing light. The setting is, by any standard, extraordinary. The kind of place where a human being feels simultaneously elevated and small. But beauty does not explain an oracle. The mountains of Greece are full of beautiful spots. Delphi had no farmland to support a city, no natural harbor for trade, no strategic military position worth defending. The roads to reach it were terrible. Steep mountain tracks that took days to traverse, dangerous in winter, brutal in summer. There was nothing here except the spring, the cliffs. And the thing that came out of the ground, that was enough. For over 1,000 years, from roughly the 8th century before the Common Era to the 4th century of the Common Era, that geological accident, two fault lines crossing beneath a ledge on a mountainside, was enough to make this remote spot the single most consulted oracle in the Western world, more authoritative than Rome's Sibylline books. Far more trusted than the Oracle of Zeus at Dodona, with its sacred oak tree and bronze wind chimes that the priests interpreted as divine whispers. More feared than the incubation oracle at the temple of Asclepius at Epidaurus, where supplicants slept in special dormitories and the god visited them in the night. Kings crossed seas to reach this place. Wars were started and stopped based on what was said in that small underground room. Cities were founded where the Pythia pointed. Entire civilizations shifted direction because one woman, inhaling gas from a crack in the earth, spoke words that the most powerful men in the world took as the voice of God. We have modern names for this now: ethylene intoxication, geological gas emission, dissociative trance state induced by volatile hydrocarbons in an enclosed environment. The names are modern. But the phenomenon was ancient, and it was real, and it shaped the map of the Mediterranean world more completely than any army that ever marched across it. If you had visited Delphi at its peak, say, the 5th century before the Common Era, during the decades between the Persian Wars and the Peloponnesian War, what would you have seen? Try to picture it. Not the ruins you might visit today, with the columns standing alone against the sky and the tourists taking photographs. The living place, the sacred way, would have been lined with statues. Hundreds of them: bronze warriors, marble gods, carved horses, commemorative columns topped with sphinxes and eagles. Every flat surface would have carried an inscription. Dedications, treaties, victory monuments. The treasuries would have been intact, their marble walls painted in colors we can only guess at. Their interiors glinting with gold in the lamplight. The great altar, where the goats were sacrificed and the smoke rose, would have been black with generations of soot and fat. The smell would have been incense and roasting meat and the sharp mineral tang of limestone dust on a warm day. And the people. How did they manage this? How did a remote mountain sanctuary with no farmland and no harbor become the center of the known world? No one knows how the transition happened exactly. But on consultation days, thousands of them, delegations from Athens, from Sparta, from Corinth, from colonies in Sicily and North Africa and the Black Sea coast. Merchants selling sacrificial animals at the entrance, priests moving between the temple and the treasuries, the Pythia's residence, quiet and closed, visible from the path but set apart. And above everything, the two great cliffs catching the light, and below, the olive valleys stretching to the sea. You would have heard music. The Pythian Games, held every 4 years, were originally a musical competition, fitting for Apollo's sanctuary. Singers and instrument players from across the Greek world competed for laurel crowns. Athletic competitions were added later, and chariot races, but the musical competition remained the core. Delphi was not just an oracle, it was a festival ground, a diplomatic zone. A marketplace, a courthouse, and a concert hall, all built around a crack in the floor of a basement room where one woman sat and breathed. That this impossible arrangement, a civilization's nerve center perched on a geological accident, functioned at all, let alone for a millennium, still baffles anyone who studies institutional design. But who was she? Not the person you are imagining. She was not a priestess in the way we usually imagine priestesses. Not a lifelong devotee raised in the temple from childhood, not a mystic with years of training in sacred texts, not a noblewoman of special lineage. The Pythia was an ordinary woman. The ancient sources are emphatic about this detail, and they are emphatic for a reason. The prophecy came from Apollo, not from her. Her ordinariness was theological proof. If the words she spoke while sitting over the vent were wise, or true, or impossibly specific, it could not be because of her education or her intelligence. It could only be because the god was speaking through her. She was the vessel, the instrument, the medium through which something larger than herself communicated. Originally, the Pythia was required to be young and a virgin. This changed after an incident that Diodorus Siculus records with characteristic Greek matter-of-factness. A young Pythia was abducted and sexually assaulted by a man named Echecrates, a Thessalian who had come to consult the oracle and apparently confused access to the divine with access to its priestess. After this, the Delphians passed a new law. The Pythia must be at least 50 years old. She was, however, dressed in a young woman's costume, as a reminder of the prophetess of olden times, Diodorus says, and leaves it at that. Look, the contradiction between the woman's age and her clothing tells you something about how the Greeks processed certain kinds of violence. They changed the practical rule. They preserved the symbolic appearance, they moved on. The Pythia did not have to be unmarried when she was chosen. She could have been a wife, a mother, a grandmother. Many probably were. But once she accepted the role, she was required to leave her household entirely. She moved to a dedicated residence near the temple. She took a vow of celibacy that lasted for the remainder of her service. She was, in effect, married to the oracle. Her former life, her husband, her children, her daily routines, ended the day she first descended into the Adyton and sat on the tripod at the height of Delphi's popularity. Roughly the 6th through 4th centuries before the Common Era, a span of about 200 years, demand for consultations was so intense that up to 3 women held the title simultaneously. 2 rotated through active prophetic duty. 1 was kept in reserve in case one of the active Pythias fell ill or was otherwise unable to serve. This is a detail that rarely makes it into the popular accounts of the oracle, and honestly, it should. It means the system was not dependent on a single mystic having a unique experience. It was a staffed operation, a shift system. The sacred vapor did not care which woman breathed it. What mattered was the position, the tripod, the room, the crack in the floor. Not the person sitting on it. And here is the thing that most accounts of the oracle avoid stating plainly, so I will state it plainly: the famous prophecies that entered history. The ones delivered to Croesus, to Leonidas, to the Athenians before Salamis, were not transcriptions of the Pythia's words. They were institutional compositions. What the woman on the tripod actually said in her altered state was often fragmentary, incoherent, the half-formed utterances of a person breathing ethylene in a dark room. The priests heard these fragments. They took them into the back rooms of the temple, and they composed in careful hexameter verse, in language calibrated for maximum ambiguity and maximum authority. The prophecy that the supplicant received, the gap between what the Pythia said and what the oracle delivered, was not a minor editorial smoothing. It was almost total. She provided the raw material. They built the product, and the product was what entered history, under her title, with her authority, bearing the weight of Apollo's name. While the woman herself returned to her quarters, exhausted, having no memory of what she had said, and no knowledge of what had been made from it, what did she actually experience in that room? What does ethylene do to a human body at the concentrations the geologists measured? So there she was, an ordinary woman, chosen not for talent or lineage, but for her willingness to descend into a small stone room and give her voice to something she could not name. She had left her family. She had taken a new title, one borrowed from a dead serpent. She had accepted that her life, from this point forward, would be organized around a crack in the floor and whatever rose through it. But what happened inside that room? What was the actual procedure? Not the mythology, not the theology, but the physical sequence of events that a visitor to Delphi would have witnessed on a consultation day? The rituals surrounding the oracle were not casual. They were precise, layered, and, when you look at them through the lens of what we now know about the geology, startlingly functional. Every step in the process placed something into the Pythia's body or into the air she breathed. Every precaution the priests observed maps onto a safety protocol for managing exposure to a volatile gas in an enclosed space. The ritual was the technology dressed in the language of faith. We have a remarkably detailed answer to these procedural questions, and it comes from a man who was there. The consultation itself followed a precise and elaborate ritual. And our best source for its details is a man who participated in it personally for 3 decades, Plutarch of Chaeronea. Biographer, philosopher, essayist, and one of the most prolific writers of the ancient world. Served as a priest at Delphi for the last 30 years of his life, from approximately 90 to 120 of the Common Era. His essays on the obsolescence of oracles and on the Pythia's prophecies are not speculative histories. They are reports from a man who stood in the temple, who knew the Pythias of his era personally, who watched the rituals unfold, and who reflected on what he saw with the keen and skeptical intelligence of a trained philosopher. When Plutarch describes the oracle, he is describing his workplace. The oracle spoke on the 7th day of each month, during the 9 warmest months of the year, roughly March through November. During winter, Apollo was believed to depart Delphi for the land of the Hyperboreans, a mythical people who lived beyond the north wind in a place of perpetual warmth and sunlight. In Apollo's absence, Dionysus, god of wine, ecstasy, theater, and the dissolving of boundaries, took up residence at the sanctuary. The oracle was silent during these winter months. The tripod was empty. The Adyton was sealed. There is a geological observation worth making here. The production of light hydrocarbons from bituminous limestone is temperature-dependent. Warmer conditions promote more active chemical breakdown and gas emission. Colder conditions slow it. The oracle's seasonal calendar, active in warm months, silent in cold, may reflect not just religious tradition, but an observed reality. The gas was more plentiful in summer than in winter. The god's schedule matched the geology's schedule. Once again, the tradition encodes the phenomenon. On a consultation day, the process began before dawn with a test that shouldn't have worked by any modern standard, but did, consistently, for centuries. Consider what it might actually have been measuring. A live goat was brought to the altar outside the temple and doused with cold water. If the animal trembled, a full-body shudder starting from its hooves and moving upward through its entire frame, it meant Apollo was present and willing to receive questions. The day could proceed. If the goat stood still or trembled only partially, or reacted in a way the priests judged insufficient, the entire day was cancelled. No consultations, no exceptions. Delegations that had traveled for weeks, by ship across the Aegean, by cart over mountain roads, with gifts loaded on mules, and servants carrying supplies, could arrive at Delphi and be turned away because a goat did not shiver convincingly enough. It sounds absurd. But consider what the goat test might actually have been doing. The priests needed a way to determine whether conditions in the Adyton were suitable for a safe consultation. Too little gas, and the Pythia would sit on the tripod and feel nothing. An embarrassment, a waste. Too much gas, and she might go into convulsions, or worse. They needed an indicator. The goat, doused with water near the temple entrance, close to the ground where heavier-than-air gases might accumulate, may have been reacting not to the cold water but to the gas concentration in the air around it. An animal at ground level with a faster respiratory rate and lower body mass than a human would be more sensitive to atmospheric changes. Its trembling may have been the priest's method of gas testing the environment, a living sensor, a biological dosimeter. We have no proof of this. It is speculation, but it is informed speculation. The kind that becomes possible once you accept the geological reality of the site and start asking what the rituals might have been doing besides their stated theological purpose. There is something else about the temple entrance that deserves mention. Carved into the pronaos, the columned porch through which every supplicant passed, were 3 inscriptions attributed to the 7 sages of Greece, the semi-mythical wise men of the archaic period. 3 phrases. Not long, not elaborate, but if you came to Delphi to ask a question of the god, you had to walk past them on the way in. Know thyself. Nothing in excess. Give a pledge and trouble is at hand. Know thyself. Nothing in excess. And be careful what you promise. Read together. These are not religious maxims. They are warnings. Know who you are before you ask who you will become. Do not ask for too much, and remember that commitment has consequences. Every supplicant who walked through the entrance of the Temple of Apollo walked past these words. Croesus walked past them. Leonidas walked past them. Alexander walked past them and apparently did not read them or did not care. The Oracle at Delphi was an institution that warned you at the door that the answer you were about to receive might not be the one you wanted. And then, once you had been warned, it gave you that answer anyway, wrapped in ambiguity, and let you do with it what you would. The 3 inscriptions were not decoration. They were the terms and conditions, the fine print before the consultation. And most people, then as now, walked past the fine print without reading it. Once the goat had trembled and the day was approved, the Pythia began her preparation. But while she prepared, the supplicant, the person who had traveled to Delphi with a question, was performing a ritual of his own. He had been given a tablet, a thin sheet of lead, about the size of a man's palm, soft enough to scratch with a bronze stylus. On this tablet he wrote his question. Not aloud, in silence, he inscribed the words. The question that had brought him across the sea, over the mountains, through weeks of travel with gifts loaded on mules, onto the dull gray surface of the lead. Then he rolled the tablet tight. The way you would roll a scroll, and handed it to a priest. He would not touch it again, he would not see it again. His most urgent fear, his deepest uncertainty, the question that had been circling his mind for months. Written in his own hand, given over to a stranger, and carried into a room he would never enter. Archaeologists have found these tablets at oracle sites across Greece. The questions scratched into the lead are not grand. They are not royal. Should I marry? Is the child mine? Will I recover from this illness? Is it safe to take the sea voyage? Ordinary people. With ordinary terrors, handing small pieces of soft metal to priests, and trusting that what came back through the curtain was worth the journey, the weight of a lead tablet in your hand. The specific gravity of it, heavier than it looks, cool against the fingers, was the last physical sensation of the consultation that belonged entirely to you. After that, everything belonged to the institution. She descended to the Castalian spring, the sacred water source at the base of the Phaedriades cliffs, a few hundred meters from the temple. And bathed. Purification. The water was cold, fed by mountain snowmelt and rainfall, and the bath was not symbolic. She immersed herself. She emerged, dripping, and walked back up the sacred way to the temple. Inside the temple, she drank from a different source, the Cassotes, a spring that flowed underground. Directly into the temple foundations, surfacing inside or near the Adyton itself. This is the spring that Debor's team identified as carrying dissolved hydrocarbon gases from the fault intersection below. The Pythia was drinking water laced with ethylene. Whether the dose was significant, whether a few mouthfuls of gas-infused water could contribute meaningfully to the trance state, is debated. But the ritual makes more sense once you know what was in the water. She burned barley meal and laurel leaves on the sacred hearth of Hestia inside the temple. The smoke filled the Adyton. The aromatic compounds released by burning laurel, which belongs to the same plant family as camphor and cinnamon, would have added their own mild psychoactive effects to the enclosed atmosphere. And she chewed fresh laurel leaves, Apollo's sacred plant. Laurel contains small amounts of cyanogenic glycosides and aromatic terpenes. Whether chewing the leaves contributed to the trance, or was purely ceremonial, is unknown. But every element of the ritual placed something into the Pythia's body or into the air she breathed. Then she descended into the Adyton, alone, down a stone passage into the half-underground chamber. She sat on the bronze tripod, positioned directly above the fissure from which the vapors rose. Beside her stood the Omphalos. The navel of the world, a carved egg-shaped stone about a meter high, wrapped in a mesh of carved wool, and topped with 2 golden eagles. According to myth, Zeus had sent 2 eagles from the opposite ends of the earth. And they had met above Delphi, marking it as the center of everything. The Omphalos Stone marked the spot. The Pythia sat next to the center of the world and breathed what came from below it. Plutarch describes 2 types of prophetic states. The distinction is critical, because it maps directly onto the dose-dependent effects of ethylene. The first type was calm. This was the common experience, the routine consultation. The Pythia's eyes would become slightly unfocused. Her voice would take on a distant, detached quality, as though she were speaking from somewhere far away while her body remained seated on the tripod in the small stone room. She could be asked questions by the priests, and she answered, coherent words. Sometimes verse, sometimes fragments that the priests would assemble into verse afterward. She was present enough to communicate, but altered enough that the communication felt like it was coming from somewhere other than her conscious mind. Plutarch says that afterward she was like a runner after a race, peaceful, relaxed. Drained but not distressed, she would ascend from the Adyton and withdraw to her quarters. And within hours she would be herself again. This matches the low-dose effects of ethylene with clinical precision. Euphoria, a sense of floating or detachment from the body. Ability to speak but with an altered quality, dissociated as though the voice belongs to someone else, a sweet smell. Recovery is gentle, marked by tiredness rather than distress. Henry Spiller's 2002 paper laid these correspondences out in detail. And the match is not approximate. It is exact. The second type was violent and rare and feared, on occasions when conditions were wrong. When the gas concentration spiked, or when a consultation was forced on an inauspicious day, the Pythia's experience was dramatically different. Hair standing on end, wild, rolling eyes, foaming at the mouth, screaming, convulsions that threw her from the tripod. The Roman poet Lucan, writing in the 1st century, describes this version in his epic poem Pharsalia with a vividness that suggests either an eyewitness source or a very detailed second-hand account. Lucan describes a Pythia named Phemeno forced to enter the Adyton by Roman soldiers. And the trance he describes is closer to a seizure than a meditation. Plutarch records the worst outcome. A Pythia was compelled to consult on a day when the goat test had failed. The goat had not trembled properly, meaning conditions in the Adyton were either insufficient or dangerous. But the visitors were powerful, and they insisted. The priests relented. The Pythia descended. What followed was a violent episode, screaming, convulsions, incoherent cries that terrified even the priests. She was carried from the Adyton, her body convulsing. She died within a few days. The suffering was terrible. The priests who witnessed it left no account, but the silence of the record tells its own story. High-dose ethylene exposure produces exactly these symptoms: convulsions, violent delirium, loss of motor control, and at sufficient concentrations in an enclosed space, death. The goat test was the safety system. When the priests overrode it, the Pythia paid with her life. Think about that. The priests at Delphi were managing the dosage of a naturally occurring anesthetic. Not with syringes or monitors or blood oxygen sensors, but with a goat and a bucket of water and a calendar and 1,000 years of accumulated observation about which days were safe and which were not. They did not know the word ethylene. They did not know the concept of dose-dependent pharmacology. But they had built a system around these principles that kept the Oracle functioning, safely, for a millennium. When the system was overridden, when political pressure trumped procedural caution, someone died. We have modern safety protocols in hospitals that work on exactly the same principle. Never administer an anesthetic without checking the patient's vitals first. Never exceed the tested dosage, never let non-medical personnel override a clinical judgment. That a pre-scientific priesthood arrived at the same protocols shouldn't have worked, and yet it did. Through observation, tradition, and the memory of the times it went wrong remains one of the most baffling achievements in the history of institutional design. The Pythia's words were received by intermediaries, priests called the Hosioi, the Holy Ones, 5 in number. Stood nearby, along with temple officials called the prophetes, a word that literally means those who speak for, or those who speak on behalf of. Whether the Pythia's raw utterances were already coherent or required interpretation and shaping by the priests is one of the oldest debates in Delphi scholarship. Some ancient sources describe her speaking in clear Greek, answering questions directly, forming complete sentences. Others describe garbled, ecstatic speech that the priests shaped into the famous hexameter verse prophecies. The truth probably depended on the day, on the dose, on the individual woman. At low concentrations of gas, she likely spoke clearly. At higher concentrations, fragments and exclamations may have been all that came out. And the priests would have done the work of translating ecstasy into verse. The ambiguity of the prophecies was not a flaw. It was the most sophisticated feature of the entire system. A prophecy that could be interpreted multiple ways was, in a practical sense, never wrong. It could only be misunderstood, and the burden of misunderstanding fell not on the oracle. Not on the institution, not on the priests, not on the Pythia, but on the questioner who had failed to parse the words carefully enough. This is something modern institutions still struggle with: legal contracts, financial disclaimers, the fine print that protects the drafter at the expense of the reader. The Oracle at Delphi perfected this 3,000 years ago, operating from a crack in the floor of a mountain temple, with a woman who may or may not have been fully conscious. And a priestly staff that transformed ambiguity into an art form, but step back for a moment from the mechanics and the politics and consider what it must have been like for the Pythia herself. Not the institution, not the priests. The woman. You are 53 years old, a farmer's wife in the village below the sanctuary. You had children. A home with a courtyard where you ground grain and hung laundry and watched the seasons change over the olive valley. And one day the temple officials came to your door and told you that you had been selected. That Apollo wanted you. You left your family. Alone, you moved into a small house near the temple. Never again would you share your husband's bed. You would never lie in the room where your children were born. Your name. Whatever it was, whatever your mother called you, whatever your husband whispered in the dark. That name would be replaced by a title, Pythia, named after a serpent killed by a god before your great-grandmother's great-grandmother was born. And on the appointed days you would descend into a small stone room beneath the temple floor, and sit on a bronze seat over a crack in the rock, and breathe whatever came up. And the words that came out of your mouth would decide whether armies marched and cities were built and kings lived or died. You would have no control over the words. That was the point. You were not supposed to be in control. The god was in control. You were the instrument through which he played. What must that have felt like? Not the trance. We know what the trance felt like, roughly, from the pharmacology. But everything else, the waiting, the preparation, the descent into the dark room, the knowledge that powerful men were standing outside that room, waiting for your mouth to open. And that whatever came out would be treated as the voice of God. Were you afraid, reverent? Were you, after your 100th consultation, simply tired? We do not know. The Pythia left no diary. No memoir. No letter to a friend describing what it was like inside the Adyton when the vapors rose and the world shifted. The most important woman in the ancient world. The one person whose words carried more weight than any generals or any kings left no record of her own experience. We have the questions, the kings asked. We have the answers, the priests delivered. The woman between them is silent. That silence is, perhaps, the most honest thing about the entire tradition. The voice was never hers. She was, from first to last, a vessel for something that came from below. The earth spoke. She sat above it. And the silence she left behind is the silence of the rock itself, present, patient, and deeply, permanently, not ours to interpret. But the institution built around her silence was anything but quiet. What did it take to turn one woman's breathing into the most powerful institution in the ancient world? To understand the power of the oracle, you have to understand what Delphi was besides a temple with a woman in a basement. Because by the 6th century before the Common Era, Delphi was the closest thing the ancient Greek world had to the United Nations, the World Bank, and the Vatican combined. It was a religious center, a political neutral zone, an international court, and a financial institution, and it ran on a business model that any modern consultant would recognize: charge for access, scale the fee to the client's wealth, and make the client responsible for interpreting the advice. Every supplicant paid. The minimum was a palanos, a small sacred cake burned on the altar as a preliminary offering. Think of it as the consultation fee, but the palanos was just the door charge. Above the palanos came the propitiatory sacrifice. Typically a goat, purchased from local vendors at prices that were, one imagines, not subject to competitive market forces. The goat was slaughtered on the great altar, its flesh burned as an offering to the gods, with the choicest portions set aside for the priests and the people of Delphi. A sacrifice was not a gift to the god, it was a meal shared with the god. And the temple staff ate well. Then came the monetary fee itself, which scaled with the wealth and importance of the questioner. A private citizen from a small polis paid less than the official delegation of a powerful city-state. A city-state paid less than a king. And beyond the fee there were the gifts, the dedications. The thank you offerings that came after a favorable prophecy, or after a military victory that the oracle had endorsed, or after a plague that the oracle had diagnosed and prescribed a cure for. These gifts were displayed publicly, ostentatiously, as evidence of the oracle's power and the gratitude of the powerful. Walk up the sacred way at Delphi. The winding 200-meter path from the entrance of the sanctuary to the Temple of Apollo, and what you pass on either side is money made permanent. Dozens of small temple-like structures called treasuries lined the route, each one built by a different city-state to house its offerings. The treasury of the Athenians, built after the victory at Marathon in 490 BCE, still partially stands. You can see its restored marble facade if you visit the site today. The treasury of the Siphnians, built around 525 BCE when the island of Siphnos was flush with gold and silver mining wealth, was covered in sculptured friezes depicting the battle of the gods and giants. Corinth had a treasury. Thebes had one. Syracuse, Argos, Knidos, Massalia. Even cities that were bitter enemies competed to build the most impressive storehouse for their gifts to Apollo. Inside these treasuries, gold, silver vessels, tithes from military victories. It was customary to dedicate 1/10 of all battle spoils to Apollo at Delphi, weapons stripped from defeated armies, crowns, statues in bronze and marble, ingots of precious metal. The accumulation of centuries of warfare and gratitude and political display, all concentrated in a single mountain sanctuary. But the real currency at Delphi was not gold, it was access. The consultation order was strictly hierarchical. And the hierarchy itself could be bought. Delphians went first, always, without question. Then came peoples who held promonteia, a formal diplomatic privilege granting priority consultation rights, jumping the queue ahead of all others. Promonteia could be earned through extraordinary gifts. Through military alliance, through political service to the sanctuary. Athens held it, several Spartan allied states held it. Once granted, it was nearly permanent. And this made promonteia itself a diplomatic weapon. Granting it was a reward, revoking it was a declaration of hostility. The oracle's waiting list was a living map of alliances and enmities, updated in real time by the priesthood based on the shifting politics of the Greek world. Getting to the front of the line at Delphi was, in some centuries as valuable as a military alliance. More valuable, perhaps. A military ally might betray you, but the oracle would give you an answer either way. The oracle's role in Greek colonization deserves its own attention, because it reveals just how deeply this institution shaped the physical world. Between roughly 750 and 500 BCE, the Greeks established colonies across the Mediterranean and Black Sea coasts. From what is now southern France to the shores of modern Georgia, from Libya to the mouth of the Don River in present-day Russia. These colonies were not random. They were planned, organized, and authorized, and the authorizing body, more often than not, was the Oracle at Delphi. It was considered effectively mandatory to consult Apollo before founding a new colony. The oracle would specify the direction to travel, sometimes the specific location, sometimes the name of the leader who should command the expedition. The god pointed, and the colonists followed. Herodotus records what happened when this protocol was ignored. A Spartan prince named Dorius, impatient and ambitious, set out to found a colony in Libya without consulting Delphi. The colony failed immediately. He returned, consulted the oracle, and tried again in a different location. This time following the oracle's instructions. The colony still failed because, according to Herodotus, Dorius had not followed the instructions precisely enough. The message was unmistakable: you do not build a city without the oracle's authorization. And if you receive that authorization, you follow it to the letter. The cities that resulted from this system include some of the great urban centers of the ancient world. Syracuse in Sicily, founded by Corinth with Delphic approval, became one of the wealthiest and most powerful cities in the Mediterranean. Taurus, modern Taranto in southern Italy, was founded by Spartan settlers directed by the oracle. Byzantium, which would eventually become Constantinople, and then Istanbul, the capital of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires in succession, was reportedly founded on the oracle's advice. What this means is that the oracle at Delphi shaped the map of the ancient world, the coastal cities of southern Italy, eastern Spain, North Africa, the Black Sea coast, the eastern Mediterranean. All of them were, in some sense, authorized by the pronouncements of a woman inhaling gas from a crack in the floor of a mountain temple. The oracle did not just predict the future, it directed it. It told people where to go, and they went, and the cities they built endured for millennia. If you look at a map of the ancient Mediterranean and mark every city that was founded with Delphic approval, the pattern is striking. The colonies form an almost continuous chain around the coastlines: southern Italy, eastern Sicily, the French Riviera, the coast of Spain, Libya, the shores of the Black Sea, the Bosporus. The Greeks did not colonize randomly. They colonized where the oracle told them to go. And the oracle, whoever was interpreting the Pythia's words, had a remarkably coherent sense of geography and commercial opportunity. The colonies were placed at natural harbors, at the mouths of rivers, at the choke points of trade routes. No one can explain whether this reflects genuine prophetic insight, the accumulated geographical knowledge of the priestly class, or simply the aggregation of centuries of reports from returning sailors and traders who visited Delphi. The result was the same: a network of Greek cities spanning 3 continents, all authorized by a woman in a small room breathing gas from below. I have spent, and I am a little embarrassed to admit this, a good deal of time trying to find a modern parallel for this kind of institutional power, and the closest I can manage is this. Imagine if every major corporation, before opening a new headquarters or entering a new market, had to fly to a single small town in the Swiss mountains and ask one woman whether the expansion would succeed. And imagine that they did this not because they were naive, but because the woman had been right. Measurably, verifiably right for 300 years running. That was Delphi, except it lasted 1,000 years. The Amphictyonic League formalized the political dimension. This was a federation of 12 Greek peoples organized around 2 shared sanctuaries, Apollo's temple at Delphi and the Temple of Demeter near Thermopylae. Each member sent 2 delegates to the council. The league administered the Pythian Games. Held every 4 years, one of the 4 great Panhellenic festivals alongside the Olympics. It maintained the sanctuary, it set rules of warfare near sacred sites, and it could declare sacred wars. 4 sacred wars were fought over Delphi. The most consequential was the third, in the mid-4th century BCE. The Phocians, a Central Greek people, seized the temple and broke into the treasuries in 356 BCE to fund their war against Thebes and her allies. They melted down the accumulated gold of centuries. Votive offerings, golden tripods, the dedications of grateful kings, and used the proceeds to hire mercenary soldiers, 10,000 mercenaries, paid in melted gods' gifts. Think about that number. 10,000 professional soldiers, supplied and paid for months. From the proceeds of melting down the offerings that grateful kings and city-states had brought to Apollo's sanctuary over the preceding 300 years. Golden tripods dedicated after military victories, silver bowls given in thanks for successful voyages, a golden lion that Croesus had sent 2 centuries earlier, all of it into the furnace. All of it converted from the sacred to the spendable. The Phocians won their war. They also committed what the entire Greek world regarded as the most monstrous sacrilege in living memory. Worse than burning a temple, worse than killing a priest, because what they destroyed was not just gold, but the accumulated gratitude of centuries. Every melted offering was a broken promise between a human being and a god, the grief of the priestly class, watching centuries of sacred treasure vanish into the furnace. Goes unrecorded, but it is not hard to imagine. What they had spent lifetimes guarding was reduced to ashes in weeks. Philip II of Macedon, Alexander's father, intervened to end the Third Sacred War. He defeated the Phocians and, as his reward, claimed their 2 seats on the Amphictyonic Council. This was a political masterstroke. Philip, a semi-barbarian northern king in the eyes of many southern Greeks, now had a formal seat at the most prestigious religious and political body in the Greek world. He used it to build alliances, extend influence, and ultimately conquer all of Greece. The Oracle had helped make that possible, not through prophecy this time, but through the institutional structures that had grown up around it, the people of Delphi themselves. Not the priests, not the Pythia, but the ordinary residents of the town, lived in the shadow of this extraordinary institution. Their economy depended on it entirely. They were innkeepers for the delegations, vendors of sacrificial animals, guides who led visitors up the sacred way, craftsmen who produced the votive offerings and souvenir replicas that pilgrims carried home, cooks and servants and stable hands for an endless stream of travelers from every corner of the Greek world. They were also, in a sense, the most skeptical people in Greece. It is one thing to believe in an oracle when you visit it once in your life, having traveled for weeks, having sacrificed and prayed and invested your hope in the journey. It is quite another to live next to it, to see the Pythia walking home from the temple after a consultation day, looking tired and middle-aged, to hear the priests arguing over the wording of a prophecy, to know, as only neighbors know, the mundane details that pilgrims never see. Did the Delphians believe? They profited from belief. They administered belief, whether they held it privately in their own hearts, in the dark hours when no tourists were watching. That is a question about faith that applies to every community that lives in the shadow of a sacred institution. The Vatican has its Roman neighbors. Mecca has its Meccan merchants. Delphi had its innkeepers and its goat vendors, and they went about their business, and the oracle went about its business. And for 1,000 years they managed the improbable enterprise of turning a geological accident into the most trusted institution in the Western world. But was it trustworthy? One king decided to find out, with a test so ingenious it reads like an ancient scientific experiment. No story about the oracle at Delphi gets told without this one, and for good reason. It is the closest thing the ancient world produced to a controlled scientific experiment. Around 560 BCE, Croesus, king of Lydia, a kingdom in what is now Western Turkey, famous for its gold, for inventing coinage, and for wealth so legendary that we still say rich as Croesus 26 centuries later, was contemplating the most consequential military decision of his reign. The Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great had been expanding with alarming speed. Swallowing kingdoms from the Mediterranean to Central Asia, Lydia was next, unless Lydia struck first. But Croesus was cautious, at least in this. Before committing his army, he wanted divine assurance. And being both cautious and wealthy, he decided to test the oracles before trusting any of them. He sent envoys simultaneously to 7 different oracles across the Mediterranean: Delphi, Dodona, the Oracle of Amphiarus at Oropus, the Oracle of Trophonius at Libadeia, the Oracle of Zeus Ammon in the Libyan desert, the Oracle at Branchidae near Miletus, and the Oracle at Abe in Phocis. Each set of envoys carried the same instruction on the 100th day after their departure from Sardis, the Lydian capital. They were to ask their respective oracle what King Croesus was doing at that exact moment. On the 100th day, in his palace, Croesus was doing something deliberately absurd. He was boiling a tortoise and a lamb together in a bronze cauldron sealed with a bronze lid. The combination was so bizarre, so deliberately arbitrary. Who boils a tortoise with a lamb? That only genuine prophetic knowledge could identify it. This was not a question about the future, which might be answered by shrewd political analysis. This was a question about the present, about a specific physical action happening in a specific place at a specific time. Either you knew or you did not. 6 oracles failed. The oracle at Dodona gave a vague response. The others apparently gave nothing worth recording. One got it right. Before the Lydian envoys at Delphi had even finished asking their question, the Pythia began to speak, in hexameter verse. I can count the sands, and I can measure the ocean. I have ears for the silent, and I know what the dumb man meaneth. Lo, on my sense there striketh the smell of a shell-covered tortoise, boiling now on a fire, with the flesh of a lamb in a cauldron. Bronze is the vessel below, and bronze the cover above it. Tortoise, lamb, bronze cauldron, bronze lid, every detail correct. The envoys returned to Sardis. Croesus was stunned. He declared the Delphic oracle the only true oracle in the world. And he began sending gifts of a scale that beggars description: 117 ingots of gold, some of pure gold, some of electrum, a natural alloy of gold and silver. A golden lion weighing roughly 570 pounds, 2 massive mixing bowls, one of gold and one of silver. So large that Herodotus reports the silver one could hold 600 amphoras of wine, a golden statue of a woman, said to represent his baker. An oddly personal gift among the martial and political offerings, his wife's necklaces, her girdles, the personal jewelry of the Lydian queen. Sent to a mountain temple in central Greece as payment for 5 lines of accurate verse. Was it real? We do not know. Herodotus, our source and the most rigorous investigative historian of the 5th century, reports it as fact, with specific details, with the text of the prophecy preserved, with the reactions of all parties documented. He also reports that the gifts were verifiable. Later visitors to Delphi could see the inscriptions on Croesus's dedications. The archaeologists who eventually excavated the site found traces consistent with the account. The gifts, at minimum, were real. Whether the test that prompted them was genuine or was constructed after the fact to explain such extraordinary generosity is a question the historical record cannot fully resolve. A mystery that remains, 26 centuries later, exactly as impossible to dismiss as it is to prove. What we know is what happened next. Croesus, now fully confident in the oracle's authenticity, asked the question he had really come to ask: should he attack Persia? The oracle's response: if Croesus crosses the river Halys, he will destroy a great empire. Croesus was elated. He understood the prophecy as a promise. If he attacked Persia, he would win. He crossed the Halys River, which marked the border between Lydia and Persia. He engaged Cyrus's forces at the Battle of Tyria in 547 BCE. The battle was inconclusive, and Croesus retreated to Sardis to regroup, expecting to resume the campaign in the spring. He did not get the chance. Cyrus, breaking all conventions of seasonal warfare, pursued Croesus immediately. He besieged Sardis. The Lydian cavalry, mounted on horses, was neutralized when Cyrus sent camels to the front line. The horses, terrified by the unfamiliar smell, panicked and threw their riders. Sardis fell. Croesus was captured. The Lydian Empire was destroyed. When Croesus, now a prisoner, sent messengers to Delphi in chains. The word chains is literal. Herodotus says he sent the actual shackles he was bound with. Asking how the oracle could have deceived him, the response was devastatingly precise. The oracle said you would destroy a great empire. You should have asked which one. I almost didn't include this next detail, because it seems too perfectly constructed to be historical rather than literary. But Herodotus reports that Croesus accepted this answer. From captivity, in chains. He acknowledged that the fault was his, not the oracle's. The prophecy had been accurate. He had simply lacked the imagination to consider that the empire destroyed might be his own. This is the genius of Delphic ambiguity raised to its highest art. The oracle did not lie, did not even mislead if you parse the words with the precision they demanded. The oracle gave a true statement: a great empire will be destroyed, and allowed the listener to construct his own meaning. The prophecy was a mirror. What Croesus saw in it was his own desire. The oracle was not responsible for what he wanted to see. For 1,000 years, this system worked. The oracle spoke in language that was true but open to interpretation. And the most powerful people in the world paid fortunes to hear it, and when the outcomes were not what they expected, they blamed themselves rather than the institution. That is not superstition. That may be the most successful consulting operation in human history. And it was powered by a crack in the floor. There is one more layer to the Croesus story that most tellings omit. And it changes how you hear the rest. Herodotus reports that Cyrus the Great, after capturing Croesus, was initially going to burn him alive. The pyre was built. Croesus was placed on top of it. And then, as the flames began to rise, Croesus called out the name Solon. The Athenian lawmaker who had visited his court years earlier and told him, politely but firmly, that no man should be called happy until he was dead. That wealth was not happiness. That fortune could reverse in an instant. Cyrus, curious about the name his prisoner was calling, halted the execution and asked why. Croesus told him the story of Solon's visit, and Cyrus, recognizing in the story a warning that applied to himself as well as to Croesus, ordered the prisoner freed from the pyre and kept alive as an advisor. The oracle had told Croesus he would destroy a great empire. He did, his own. But he survived the destruction. He lived the remainder of his life in the court of his conqueror, advising the man who had taken everything from him and the lesson Solon had tried to teach him. That wealth and power are not the same as security, that the ground beneath a king's feet is never as solid as he believes. That lesson, in the end, was the same lesson the earth itself was teaching at Delphi. Nothing is as stable as it seems. The ground shifts. The gas flows or it doesn't. And the empire you thought you were building may be the one you are destroying. Croesus wagered one kingdom. But what happened when the oracle's ambiguity was tested against something larger? When the fate of an entire civilization hung on a single consultation? The story of Croesus is the most famous. It is not the most consequential, because what Croesus wagered was one kingdom. What the oracle decided on other occasions was whether civilizations would survive. In 480 BCE, the Persian Empire came to Greece. Not a border raid, not a punitive expedition, a full invasion led by Xerxes the Great King himself, with an army that Herodotus estimated at over 2 million men. Modern historians consider this a dramatic exaggeration. The actual force was probably somewhere between 100,000 and 300,000. But even at the most conservative estimate, it was the largest military force the Greek world had ever faced. By an order of magnitude, Greece was not a nation. It was a quarrelsome collection of fiercely independent city-states that spent most of their time and energy fighting each other. Athens and Sparta were rivals. Corinth and Argos were enemies. Thebes was nobody's friend. The idea that these states might cooperate against a common enemy was radical, and when the crisis came and cooperation became the only alternative to annihilation, the Greeks did what they always did when the world tipped on its axis. They sent delegations to Delphi. The Spartans heard this. "O ye men who dwell in the streets of broad Lacedaemon, either your glorious town shall be sacked by the children of Perseus, or in exchange. Must all through the whole Laconian country mourn for the loss of a king, descendant of great Heracles. Either Sparta falls, or a king of the Heraclid line must die." This was not ambiguous. Not this time. This was a transaction, a price named in advance. King Leonidas, of the Agiad royal house, tracing his ancestry to Heracles through the line of the demigod's descendants, understood the oracle as personal. He would be the king who paid the price. What he did next shouldn't have been possible. Not for a man with a kingdom, a family, a life he had every reason to protect. He selected 300 men for his guard at Thermopylae, and here is the detail that sits with me long after the battle accounts have faded. He chose only men who already had living sons. Every one of the 300 had an heir. Every bloodline was secured before the march began. Leonidas was not leading volunteers on an adventure. He was leading fathers to a death he had been told was necessary. Having first made sure their families would continue, he knew. The oracle had told him. And he went. What would you have done? That is not a rhetorical question. You are a king. You have a wife, a son, a city that loves you. A woman sitting over a gas vent in a temple 100 kilometers away has told you, in verse, that your city will be destroyed unless you die. You have no evidence that she is right except the accumulated weight of centuries of tradition, the gold of Croesus glinting in the treasury, and the certain knowledge that every other king who ignored the oracle regretted it. Would you have marched? Would you have chosen your 300, picked only the fathers with living sons, and walked toward a mountain pass from which you knew you would not return? Leonidas did, and the epitaph the Spartans carved at Thermopylae. Go, stranger, and tell the Lacedaemonians that here we lie, obedient to their commands. Does not mention the oracle. It does not need to. Everyone in the Greek world knew why Leonidas was there. The oracle had named the price, and the king had paid it. What happened at Thermopylae? The narrow pass held for 3 days against overwhelming numbers, the betrayal by Ephialtes that led the Persians around the Greek position, the final stand of the 300 and their Thespian allies, belongs to military history. What happened at Delphi that year belongs to something stranger. A woman, breathing gas from a crack in the floor of a small mountain temple, told a king he had to die. She did not suggest it. She did not imply it. She laid out the terms clearly: your city or your life. And the king chose his life, not to save it, to spend it, because the woman on the tripod had told him that was the price. The Athenians received their own prophecy. And their interpretation of it was, if anything, more consequential than Leonidas's sacrifice. When Athens sent its delegation to Delphi, the first oracle was catastrophic. Flee, it said. Abandon the city, abandon the temples. Fire and war and the iron Ares will destroy everything. The Athenian envoys were so horrified that they refused to leave. They sat in the temple as supplicants, in the ancient posture of appeal. Olive branches in hand, refusal to eat, refusal to leave until the god relented. They asked again. The second oracle was less terrifying, but barely. It spoke of divine Salamis that would bring death to women's sons, and it spoke of a wooden wall. The wooden wall alone shall not fall. The debate over these words split Athens. The older citizens, the more conservative faction, argued that the wooden wall meant the literal wooden palisade that had once surrounded the Acropolis. Build it up, they said. Fortify the citadel, make your stand on the sacred rock. A younger general, Themistocles, a man whose name deserves to stand alongside any strategist in history, argued something entirely different. The wooden wall, Themistocles said, was not a wall at all. It was a fleet. Athens had been building warships, triremes, fast and maneuverable. For years, pouring its silver mine revenues into naval construction on Themistocles' advice. The wood of the fleet was the wall, the oracle meant. And divine Salamis if Salamis were to be the site of Greek destruction. The oracle would have called it cruel Salamis or bitter Salamis. The word divine meant something good would happen there. For Greece, Themistocles won the debate. Athens evacuated. The entire civilian population, men, women, children, the elderly, the sick, was relocated to the island of Salamis and to cities in the Peloponnese. The dogs were left behind. Plutarch records that as the ships pulled away from the harbor, the sound of dogs howling on the shore made grown men weep. Xerxes arrived. He found Athens empty. He burned the Acropolis. He burned the temples of the gods, leaving nothing but ash and scorched stone and the bones of the sacred groves. He believed he had won, and then, in September of 480 BCE, in the narrow strait between the island of Salamis and the mainland shore, the Greek fleet, 371 triremes, most of them Athenian, destroyed the Persian navy. Xerxes watched from a golden throne set up on the hillside above the strait. He watched as his ships, crowded together in the narrow waters, unable to maneuver, were rammed and boarded and sunk by the smaller, faster Greek warships that Themistocles had positioned to use the currents and the narrowness of the strait to maximum advantage. The battle lasted a single day. The Persian fleet was shattered. Xerxes withdrew the bulk of his army back to Asia. The invasion was over. The oracle had been right. The wooden wall had not fallen. Salamis was divine. Think about that. An entire city emptied, every household abandoned, every temple left unlocked. The Acropolis, the most sacred ground in Athens, surrendered without a fight. And the dogs. The dogs left behind on the shore, howling as the boats pulled away. All of this happened because one word in a prophecy, divine rather than cruel, was interpreted by one general as a sign of victory rather than defeat. The parsing of a single adjective by a woman sitting over a gas vent. Breathing ethylene in a small stone room 100 kilometers from the shore where the dogs were howling determined whether Greek civilization would survive the century. If you want to understand the power of the oracle at Delphi, do not look at the gold, do not count the treasuries. Look at the empty city, look at the dogs on the shore. That a civilization abandoned its holiest ground because of one word, divine instead of cruel. Spoken by a woman sitting over a gas vent in a basement, defies explanation by any modern theory of rational decision-making. That is what trust looks like, at the civilizational scale. Alexander the Great arrived at Delphi in 336 BCE. 20 years old and already planning the invasion that would carry Macedonian armies to India. He wanted the oracle's endorsement. He arrived on the wrong day. An inauspicious day when consultations were not offered. The Pythia refused to enter the Adyton. Alexander, who was not a man familiar with the word no, reportedly seized the priestess by the arm. Some accounts say by the hair, and began pulling her toward the temple. She cried out, "You are invincible, my son." Alexander released her. "I need no other answer," he said. The account comes from Diodorus Siculus and may well be embellished. It has the feel of propaganda. The great conqueror so forceful that even the god's representative submits without entering the sacred chamber. The prophecy delivered not in ritual, but in protest. But it captures something genuine about the relationship between the oracle and the men who consulted it. They came wanting permission. They came wanting confirmation of what they had already decided, and the oracle, through genuine vision, through political acumen, through the kind of language that allows anyone to hear what they need, gave them what they sought. Alexander heard invincible and took it east. He conquered everything. But the oracle was not done with Alexander. It also told him, either at Delphi or through intermediaries who relayed a Delphic tradition, that he should seek his true father at the oracle of Zeus Ammon in the Siwa oasis, deep in the Libyan desert. In 331 BCE, after conquering Egypt, Alexander made the journey. It was one of the most dangerous things he ever did. The crossing from the Nile to Siwa took 8 days through waterless desert. His army nearly perished. Sandstorms obscured the route. According to the ancient sources, Alexander's guides were lost until a pair of ravens, or in Ptolemy's version, 2 talking serpents, appeared and led the column to the oasis. At Siwa, Alexander entered the inner sanctuary of the temple alone. The priests greeted him as the son of Ammon, the Egyptian equivalent of Zeus. What the oracle told him in private, he never revealed, not to his generals, never to his closest companion, Hephaestion. Not in any letter or speech that survives. He carried the words of the Siwa oracle into every battle for the remaining 8 years of his life. And he carried them to his deathbed in Babylon, and he died without sharing them. But from the day he left Siwa, Alexander began referring to Zeus Ammon as his father. He began wearing the ram's horns of Ammon on his coinage, his behavior toward his Macedonian officers. Old soldiers of his father Philip's generation, men who had known him as a boy, became increasingly distant, increasingly godlike, increasingly intolerable. The tension this created would ultimately tear his empire apart after his death. 2 oracles, 2 prophecies, one at Delphi delivered in a struggle. You are invincible. One at Siwa delivered in private silence, and the young man who received them used them as fuel for a decade of conquest that remade the ancient world. Whether the oracles were wise to give him what he wanted, whether any institution is wise to tell a 20-year-old that he is invincible and divine, is a question worth sitting with. The oracle gave Alexander the tools to become the most successful conqueror in history. It also gave him the delusions that made him unbearable to the men who loved him. And that may, in the end, have killed him at 32. Philip II, Alexander's father, had consulted the oracle earlier and received his own directive. With silver lances you may conquer the world, Philip. A pragmatic man operating in a world where prophecy and policy were not distinct categories took this as investment advice. Develop the silver mines, fund the army. Build the machine that would, eventually, in his son's hands, extend Macedonian power from the Adriatic to the Indus River. He developed the silver mines at Mount Parnassus with extraordinary intensity, renaming the mining town Philippi after himself. The silver funded the reformed Macedonian phalanx. The sarissa pike, the companion cavalry, the siege engines. Philip conquered Greece. Alexander used the same army, funded by the same silver, pointed in the same direction to conquer the known world. The oracle had told a king to invest in silver, and that king's investment produced the largest empire the ancient world had seen. Whether the Pythia understood the geopolitical implications of her words, or whether she was simply giving voice to something the gas suggested and the priests shaped, is unknowable. The outcome was not. There is a pattern in these consultations that is worth naming explicitly, because it applies to all of them. Croesus, Leonidas, Themistocles, Alexander, Philip. Every king who came to Delphi came with a question he had already half answered for himself. Croesus wanted to attack Persia. He went to the oracle not for information, but for endorsement. Leonidas knew Sparta was in danger. He went to the oracle to learn the terms, not to ask whether the danger was real. Themistocles had already built the fleet. He went to the oracle to get the Athenian assembly to trust it. Alexander was going to invade Persia, whether the oracle endorsed it or not. He just wanted the propaganda value of divine approval. The oracle, in every case, provided not prediction, but permission. It gave powerful men the psychological cover they needed to do what they were already going to do. And it did so in language ambiguous enough that, whatever happened, the oracle could not be blamed. The kings blamed themselves. Or they credited the god. Either way, the institution survived. Is that prophecy, wisdom, fraud? I am not sure those categories apply. What the oracle at Delphi offered was something more subtle than any of those words suggest. It offered a space. A quiet room underground, scented with laurel smoke and the faint sweetness of something geological, where the noise of the world was muffled and the thing you already knew could finally be heard. Not because the gas made the Pythia wise, but because the ritual, the journey, the sacrifice, the waiting, the descent, the darkness, created conditions under which the questioner could hear his own mind clearly, reflected back to him through the words of a woman who was, in every meaningful sense, beyond herself. The best therapy works the same way. You talk, the therapist listens, and what comes back to you, reflected through another voice, is what you already knew but could not say alone. The oracle at Delphi was, among many other things, the world's first therapeutic practice. The gas was the mechanism, the ambiguity was the method. And the 1,000 years of accumulated trust were the frame that made the whole thing work. And here's the part that no one quite knows what to do with. By the 5th century before the Common Era, the Greeks had invented rational skepticism. Thucydides wrote history without gods. Xenophanes mocked religious anthropomorphism. The sophists questioned everything, including whether the divine existed at all. Hippocrates was separating medicine from superstition, insisting that disease had natural causes, not divine ones. The intellectual class of the Greek world was, by any reasonable measure, post-superstitious. And the oracle kept running. The skeptics kept consulting it, not because they were hypocrites, or not only because they were hypocrites, but because the oracle's power had never depended on individual belief, it depended on collective behavior. And no one can explain why that collective behavior persisted, why the skeptics kept consulting an institution they had intellectual grounds to dismiss. It did not matter whether Themistocles personally believed the Pythia was channeling Apollo. What mattered was that the Athenian assembly believed it, or acted as though they did, and would follow a policy endorsed by the oracle when they would not follow the same policy endorsed by a general alone. The oracle was not a source of truth, it was a source of authority, and authority does not require the person wielding it to believe in it, it only requires everyone else to behave as if they do. This is a problem that philosophers would not formally name for another 2,000 years, the gap between the source of information and the verification of that information. The oracle problem, as it turns out, is one of the oldest unsolved problems in human civilization. And Delphi ran on it profitably and effectively for 8 centuries, not because the Greeks were credulous. Because they understood, long before anyone had the vocabulary for it, that a system everyone treats as legitimate is legitimate. Regardless of what any individual thinks about the woman on the tripod. But what happens to such an institution when the gas begins to fail? When the earth itself withdraws what it had been giving for 1,000 years? The decline of the oracle is not a single event, but a slow withdrawal, like a tide going out, like the gas itself, diminishing year by year. As the faults shifted and the channels narrowed and the earth rearranged what it was willing to share with the surface. Plutarch writes about this. And his tone is the tone of a man describing the dimming of something he loves. In his essay on the obsolescence of oracles, composed around 100 CE, he has one of his characters observe that the pneuma is weaker than it was. The vapors do not come as they once did. Some days the Pythia descends into the Adyton and feels nothing. She goes through the ritual, the bath, the spring water, the laurel, the tripod. And the god does not come. She sits over the vent and breathes ordinary air, and the words that emerge are just words, and everyone in the room knows the difference. Where once 3 Pythia served simultaneously, Plutarch says, now one is sufficient. And even she is not always needed. Plutarch did not know about ethylene. He did not know about fault lines, or hydrocarbon emissions, or the relationship between seismic activity and gas production. But he was describing, in the only language available to him, a geological fact. The gas output was declining. The same tectonic processes that had opened the channels. Earthquakes, fault movement, the grinding of rock against rock, could also close them. New mineral deposits sealing old fissures. A shift in the water table redirecting the spring away from the Adyton. A decrease in seismic activity reducing the heat that broke down the hydrocarbons. The earth giveth, and the earth taketh away. This explains something that has puzzled historians. The usual explanation for the oracle's decline is Christianity, or Roman cultural domination, or a general loss of faith in the old religions. But the decline began well before Christianity was a significant cultural force in Greece. And it continued even during periods when sympathetic emperors were actively patronizing the site. Hadrian, in the early 2nd century, lavished attention on Delphi. Plutarch was serving there during a period of relative imperial goodwill, and still the oracle was fading. The real explanation may be simpler than any cultural theory. The gas ran low. The one natural resource that had made Delphi extraordinary, the breath of the earth through a crack in limestone, was, slowly, over centuries, drying up. What does it mean when a sacred place loses its power? Not in the theological sense, that is a question for priests, in the human sense. What does it mean for the woman on the tripod when she descends into the Adyton and nothing happens? When she sits on the bronze seat and breathes and the air is just air? When the words that come out of her mouth are just her words, uncertain, ordinary, uninspired? You can imagine the scene. A consultation day. The goat has trembled, though perhaps not as vigorously as the older priests remember from their youth. The Pythia has bathed, has drunk from the Croesus, has burned the laurel. She descends. She sits. She waits, and the floor beneath her is quiet. The sweet smell is faint, or absent entirely. Her mind remains her own. She is a 50-year-old woman sitting alone in a dark room. And outside that room, a delegation that has traveled for 2 weeks is waiting for the voice of God. What does she say? Does she improvise? Reach for the formulas she has heard the older Pythias use? Or does she tell the priests the truth? That nothing came, that the God was not present, and accept that the delegation will be sent home with nothing? Or does she fake it? Plutarch, who knew the Pythias of his era personally, describes their good faith commitment to the process. He does not accuse them of fraud. He describes the dimming of the experience itself. The God comes less often, less strongly, less clearly. The women are trying. The earth is not cooperating. This is, when you think about it, the most human part of the entire story. Not the kings and their wars, not the gold and the prophecies, but a woman in a dark room, waiting for something to happen. And knowing, as the years pass, that it happens less and less. Rome's relationship with Delphi was the relationship of a larger power with a prestigious institution it simultaneously respected and could not resist plundering. Roman generals looted the sanctuary in 191 BCE and again in 86 BCE under Sulla during the convulsions of the Mithridatic Wars. Sulla's troops stripped bronze fittings from the temple doors and carried off gold crowns weighing a combined 43 talents. Roughly 2,500 pounds of gold, gone in a single afternoon. A fire in 83 BCE damaged the temple complex severely. But Roman emperors also rebuilt, restored, and consulted. Augustus made dedications. Hadrian was a genuine patron. The relationship was not simply parasitic. It was complicated in the way that imperial relationships with conquered cultural institutions always are. Respect mingled with a sense of ownership. Admiration crossed with the conviction that the contents of the treasury would look better in Rome. Then came Nero. In 66 CE, the young emperor arrived during his theatrical tour of Greece. A performance art adventure during which he competed in the Pythian Games, was awarded first prize in every competition, including a chariot race from which he fell off his chariot and did not finish, and generally behaved in ways that made the Greek hosts deeply uncomfortable and deeply relieved when he left. He did not leave empty-handed. He removed, and I want you to sit with this number, approximately 500 statues from the sanctuary, 500, bronze and marble, accumulated over 7 centuries of dedications by grateful and fearful supplicants from every corner of the Greek world. Each statue represented a story. A battle won, a plague survived, a colony founded, a promise kept. Nero took them because he wanted them in his palace. And because an emperor's desire was, in the Roman system, indistinguishable from a command. According to Suetonius, the Pythia delivered a warning to Nero during his visit. Your presence here outrages the god you seek. The number 73 marks the hour of your downfall, Nero, who was 29 years old, cheerfully calculated that he would reign until 73. He was wrong. The number referred not to his age but to his successor. Galba, the general who led the revolt that ended Nero's reign, was 73 years old. Nero fell on his own sword at 30. Dead 2 years after the oracle spoke, his body carried out of a suburban villa by slaves who had no tears left for him. I find myself returning to this detail. The oracle. Diminished, its vapors weakening, its treasuries stripped, its statues carted off to Rome, still got it right. The prophecy was still ambiguous. The listener still heard what he wanted. And the truth still hid in the words the listener ignored. Even as the institution was dying, the mechanism worked. How it still worked. With the vapors fading, the treasuries emptied, the priesthood reduced to a skeleton crew. No one knows. Ethylene at low concentration shouldn't have produced results this specific. And yet, between Nero's visit and the oracle's final days, there were moments of revival. The Emperor Hadrian, a Greek-loving, culture-obsessed ruler who traveled more widely than any Roman emperor before, or since, visited Delphi in the early 2nd century and lavished attention on the sanctuary. He funded restorations, he made dedications. Under his patronage, the oracle experienced a brief Indian summer. Pilgrims returned, consultations increased, the Pythian Games regained some of their former prestige. But Hadrian died in 138 CE. The emperors who followed had other priorities. The Roman Empire itself was beginning the long, slow contraction that would eventually break it in half and then break it altogether. Wars on the frontiers, plagues, economic crises, the rise of a new religion, Christianity, that had no use for the old oracles and no patience for the gods they claimed to channel. By the 3rd century, the sanctuary was largely abandoned. The treasury buildings were empty. The sacred way was overgrown. The hundreds of statues that Nero had not taken were weathering, falling, being buried by accumulating soil. A graveyard of marble and bronze slowly sinking into the earth. The great bronze bowl that Croesus had dedicated, the one that held 600 amphoras of wine, was gone. Melted down, probably. Or stolen, or simply lost, the way things are lost when no one is left who remembers where they were. The ruins lay in silence, mourning nothing, because there was no one left to mourn. And still, somewhere in the limestone, the gas seeped, fainter than before, enough perhaps to give a faint sweetness to the air on a warm day when the wind was right. But not enough to fill a room, not enough to put a woman into trance, not enough to speak. The last known consultation of the oracle at Delphi took place in 362 CE. And it is one of the saddest documents in the historical record. The Emperor Julian, called the apostate by the Christians whose religion he was trying to undo, was the last Roman emperor to worship the old gods openly and as a matter of imperial policy. He had been raised Christian, educated in Greek philosophy, and converted to paganism as a young man with the fervor of someone who has discovered the truth after years of being lied to. He wanted to restore the temples, relight the sacred fires, return the oracles to their former glory. he sent his personal physician, Oribasius of Pergamon, to Delphi. Oribasius was to offer Julian's services as patron to fund the reconstruction of the temple. And to hear what the god had to say, Oribasius found the sanctuary in ruin, and what he saw must have filled him with grief. The temple was damaged, possibly partially collapsed. The sacred way was overgrown, the treasuries were empty shells, no permanent Pythia was in residence. The institution that had employed up to 3 simultaneous oracle speakers at its peak had, by the 4th century, none. Perhaps a local woman was found and seated on the tripod. Perhaps a priest spoke from memory of the old formulas. The tradition had not quite died, but it was on a respirator. The words that came back to Julian are preserved in the Byzantine chronicles of John Malalas and George Sadrinus. "Go tell the king, the wondrous hall is fallen to the ground. No shelter has Apollo, nor sacred laurel leaves. The fountains now are silent, the voice is stilled, the speaking water is no more." The oracle's last prophecy was about itself, the speaking water. The Croesus spring, the underground channel that had carried dissolved ethylene from the fault intersection into the Adyton for 1,000 years, was silent. The gas had stopped, or nearly stopped. The geological phenomenon that had sustained a millennium of prophecy had run its course. The faults had shifted, the fissures had sealed, the earth had ceased to breathe into that small room. And without that breath, there was nothing left to say. The oracle told Julian that it was over. That the thing he wanted to save was already gone, not suppressed by Christianity. Not defeated by Rome, simply finished. The earth had changed its mind. Julian wept, according to tradition. He had wanted to pour imperial gold into the sanctuary. To rebuild the walls, re-gild the temple doors, install a new Pythia, none of it would happen. The next year, he rode east to fight the Persians. A Persian spear struck him in the liver during a skirmish near Samarra on June 26, 363 CE. He bled to death in his tent that night, aged 31. He had wanted to hear the old gods speak one more time. The last thing they told him was that they could not. In 393 CE, the Emperor Theodosius I, ruling from Constantinople, issued the final edicts suppressing pagan worship throughout the Roman Empire. His Codex Theodosianus, compiled between 429 and 438 CE by a commission of 16 jurists, made the closure permanent and enforceable. Temples were closed across the provinces, from Antioch to Alexandria, from Carthage to Corinth. Festivals were banned. The Pythian Games, held every 4 years at Delphi for over 1,000 years, were formally abolished. The Temple of Apollo was officially and permanently shut. The local population moved on. Over the following centuries, a village called Castri grew up on top of the ruins, its houses built with stones salvaged from the temple foundations. The sacred way disappeared under streets and gardens and animal pens. The treasuries became walls for houses, the Adyton. The small room where a woman had sat over a crack in the earth and spoken words that changed the course of civilizations, was buried under meters of accumulated debris, entombed like the dead it had once guided kings to make, forgotten by everyone except the scholars who argued about whether it had ever really worked. For roughly 1,500 years, the oracle slept beneath a village. And the gas, whatever was left of it, seeped through the rock and dissipated into the open air. Unbreathed, unheard, speaking to no one. During those centuries, the 3 inscriptions on the temple entrance, "Know thyself, nothing in excess, give a pledge, and trouble is at hand," were buried under rubble and then under village foundations. But the phrases survived. They traveled through the writings of the philosophers who had read them. Plato quoted them. Socrates was said to have taken "know thyself" as the foundation of his entire philosophical method. The inscriptions outlasted the building that carried them, the oracle that inspired them, the civilization that carved them, and the empire that closed the temple. They outlasted everything except the rock, which, when you think about it, is exactly what you would expect. The words were carved in limestone, And limestone of all things endures. But would anyone come back to read them? Would anyone think to test the rock itself? To ask whether the ancient descriptions of vapors and trances were memory or invention? For 15 centuries, the oracle lay beneath a village called Castri. Farmers walked their goats over the foundation stones. Children played in courtyards built from the same marble blocks that once lined the sacred way. A church stood where the great altar had burned with the fat of 10,000 sacrificial animals. Nobody knew, or perhaps they knew in some dim, handed-down way and had stopped caring, the way people who live near ruins always stop caring. Because a ruin is only remarkable to someone who remembers what it was. What it sounded like when it was alive, the people of Castri did not remember. They had never known. They were living on top of 1,000 years of answered questions. And the questions had stopped mattering before their grandparents' were born. Then Europe came looking for Greece, and what Europe wanted from Greece was not the living country. The shepherds, the olive farmers, the Ottoman-era villages with their whitewashed walls and their church bells. But the dead one, the marble, the inscriptions, the architecture of the civilization that European scholars had spent 3 centuries studying from a distance and now, in the age of imperial archaeology, wanted to see and touch and, when possible, carry home. In 1892, the French school at Athens began what they called the Grande Fouille. The Great Excavation. They were looking for the oracle that shouldn't have existed, the one the scholars had already declared impossible. To reach the ancient sanctuary, they first had to remove what was built on top of it. This meant demolishing the entire village of Castri, every house, every church, each garden wall and animal pen. The residents were relocated to a new settlement nearby, renamed Delphi. And the archaeologists moved in with picks and shovels and wheelbarrows. Under the direction of Theophile Omol, with a team of over 200 Greek and Albanian laborers working through the winters of 1893 and 1894. The excavators stripped away the medieval and modern layers. Centuries of accumulated life to reach the ancient sanctuary beneath. They found the sacred way. They traced the foundations of the treasuries. They uncovered inscriptions, statue bases, fragments of the great temple. The outlines of an entire sacred complex emerged from the earth like a photograph developing, but when they reached the area beneath the temple of Apollo, the place where the Adyton should have been, the room where the Pythia had sat, they did not find what the ancient sources had led them to expect. There was no dramatic chasm, no gaping fissure splitting the rock, no visible source for the vapors that Plutarch and Strabo and Diodorus had described. The rock was solid. There was water. Spring water seeping through the porous limestone, as it does everywhere in karstic terrain. But no obvious geological feature that could account for the central defining claim of the Delphic tradition. In 1904, a young British scholar named Adolphe Paul Opé. He was only 26 years old, barely a decade into his academic career. Published an article in Volume 10 of the Annual of the British School at Athens that became, for the next 80 years, the final word on the matter. There was no chasm, he wrote. Therefore, there were no vapors. Therefore, the ancient descriptions were fabrication. The oracle was a purely human institution, run by clever priests and credulous supplicants, and the stories about intoxicating fumes rising from the earth were a convenient fiction. A myth constructed to explain the Pythia's behavior when the real explanation was simpler. She was performing a role, acting, doing what was expected. This view was adopted with the enthusiasm that scholars bring to conclusions that confirm their existing assumptions. The classical scholars of the early 20th century were products of the Enlightenment. They were uncomfortable with anything that smelled of mysticism. The idea that the most famous oracle in history might have been powered by a geological gas vent. That a woman might have gotten genuinely intoxicated on natural fumes rising from the earth was too vulgar, too physical, too embarrassingly literal for a civilization they admired and, in many ways, idealized. It was easier and more respectable. To believe the Greeks had been sophisticated enough to construct a religious theater, the alternative, that the power was real, that it came from the ground, that it was chemistry rather than faith, was beneath serious academic consideration. For 80 years, this was the orthodoxy. E.R. Dodds, Regius Professor of Greek at Oxford, in his important 1951 book The Greeks and the Irrational, accepted it. Joseph Fontenrose, a classicist at the University of California at Berkeley, stated it as settled fact in his 1978 monograph The Delphic Oracle. Generations of students learned it. The vapors of Delphi became a standard example of how ancient religions relied on fraud and suggestion rather than any physical reality. The ancients were right. The scholars were wrong. And the reason they were wrong is almost absurdly simple. They did not look properly. The French excavators had been looking for a single dramatic chasm. A fissure you could peer into, a crack in the movie sense. What they did not understand was that gas emissions from geological faults do not require a dramatic opening. Karstic limestone, the specific type of rock beneath Delphi, is naturally porous, riddled with microfissures, solution cavities, and hairline fractures through which water and gas move. The gases do not emerge from one large hole. They seep through thousands of tiny channels, invisible individually, but collectively sufficient to fill an enclosed space over time. When William J. Broad, a Pulitzer Prize-winning science reporter for the New York Times, examined the original French excavation photographs, stored in the archives of the École Française d'Athènes in Paris. For his 2006 book, The Oracle, he found something the 1904 scholars had overlooked entirely, in the photographs clearly visible beneath the temple foundations. Was a spring-like pool of water surrounded by several small vertical fissures in the rock floor, gas pathways, right where the Adyton should have been. Right where the ancient sources said the pneuma rose from below. The evidence had been in the photographs. For 100 years. In archives in Paris. Visible to anyone who looked at them with the right question in mind, and no one had looked. Because the question had been declared answered. And once a question is considered answered, the evidence that contradicts the answer becomes invisible. This is not a failure of intelligence, it is a failure of imagination, and it is, in its way, the same failure that led Croesus to hear what he wanted in the oracle's words. We see what we expect to see. We hear what we want to hear. The oracle knew this about human beings 3,000 years ago. Modern scholars apparently had forgotten it. Think about that. The very scholars who dismissed the oracle as a fraud committed the same error the oracle's clients committed. They heard what they wanted to hear. They saw what they expected to see, and the thing they missed. The fissures in the rock, the gas in the water, the sweet smell that the ancients had described and that no one had checked. Was right there, in the photographs, in the rock, in the water. For 100 years, De Boer looked, Hale looked. Beginning in the late 1990s, their 4-year study brought together geology, archaeology, toxicology, and classical literature in a way that had never been attempted. They mapped the two faults beneath the temple. They identified the bituminous limestone at the intersection. They sampled the spring water and detected ethylene, methane, and ethane, exactly the gases that hydrocarbon-rich limestone would release when heated by seismic friction. They consulted Henry Spiller about the pharmacological effects of ethylene, and in August 2001, in Volume 29, Issue 8 of the journal Geology, they published their conclusions. The ancient descriptions were accurate. Gas really did seep from the earth beneath the temple of Apollo. And the gas that seeped, ethylene, could produce precisely the trance state the ancient sources described. The scientific pushback came, as it should. In 2006, Giuseppe Etiope of the Italian National Institute of Geophysics and Volcanology and his colleagues argued that the natural ethylene concentrations from geological seepage alone would be too low for narcotic effects, and proposed that simple oxygen depletion from CO2 and methane buildup in the unventilated room might be the real mechanism. In 2008, The Italian geologist Luigi Picardi, working at the Consiglio Nazionale delle Ricerche in Florence, agreed that steady-state ethylene might be insufficient, but pointed to episodic seismic events. Earthquakes that could rupture gas pockets and release concentrated bursts. The debate over the exact recipe continues. Whether it was ethylene alone, or ethylene combined with oxygen depletion, or periodic high-concentration bursts triggered by earthquake activity, is not yet resolved. What is resolved, what no serious scholar now disputes, is the central point. The vapors were real. Gas really did emerge from the earth beneath the temple of Apollo. The ancients were describing an actual, physical, measurable phenomenon, and the scholarly consensus that denied this for 80 years was wrong. We spent a century calling the ancients superstitious. The limestone was the evidence all along. But does that resolve it? Does knowing the gas was real explain why the institution worked for 1,000 years? Or does it make the mystery deeper? The scientific debate settled slowly, as scientific debates do. Not with a single paper, but with a gradual accumulation of evidence, counter-argument, replication, and the quiet retirement of the old position. By the time the first decade of the 21st century was over, the central point was no longer controversial. The vapors were real. The ancient accounts were accurate. The 80-year dismissal had been, quite simply, a mistake, one made by scholars who trusted their assumptions more than their evidence. What takes longer to answer is the secondary question. The one the science cannot quite reach, not whether the gas was real, but whether the gas was the whole story. Because there is a gap between pharmacology and meaning that no mass spectrometer can close. Ethylene explains the trance. It does not explain what was done with it. It does not explain the 1,000 years, and that is the thing about this story that stays with me. And I think it may be the most important thing of all. The Pythia was not a scientist. She did not know the word ethylene. She did not understand fault lines, or hydrocarbon emissions, or the pharmacological effects of light gases on the human nervous system. She sat on a tripod because the women before her had sat on tripods. Going back so many generations that no one alive could remember the first one, she breathed what came up because that was what you did in that room. That was the tradition. That was the way. The priests were not geologists. They did not know why some days worked and others did not, why some seasons were better. Why the oracle's power seemed to wax and wane with the years. They had the goat test, they had the calendar, they had the accumulated memory of centuries. Which days had gone well, which had gone badly, which had gone horribly wrong, and from that memory they had built a system. A ritual system that was, underneath the theology, a safety protocol and a dosage management system refined over 1,000 years of trial and error. That kept the oracle functioning with remarkable consistency. They did not understand the mechanism, they understood the effects, and that distinction between knowing how something works and knowing that it works, and how to work with it, may be more important than we give it credit for. We lost that knowledge. Not through conquest or catastrophe, but through the quieter devastation of scholarly arrogance. A century of experts declaring the phenomenon imaginary while the evidence sat in the rock, waiting for someone humble enough to test it. De Boer had mass spectrometers, geological surveys, the accumulated knowledge of modern chemistry and medicine. He could explain the mechanism. But the priests of Delphi achieved something De Boer could not. They ran the system successfully for 1,000 years. They managed a naturally occurring anesthetic using goats and calendars and the memories of old men who had been young men in the temple before them. And the system worked. Not perfectly. There were bad days. There was at least one death. But the oracle operated continuously for a millennium. Longer than any modern institution, longer than most civilizations. 1,000 years of operational consistency. Built on a natural phenomenon the operators could not scientifically explain, they knew something we forgot. Or, more precisely, they knew something that we dismissed for a century. and then had to rediscover with drilling equipment and mass spectrometers and 4-year interdisciplinary studies and peer-reviewed publications. The Earth taught them, and they listened. We stopped listening, and the Earth had to teach us again. But there is something the geology does not explain, and I have not been able to let it go. The tortoise and the lamb, a woman in a basement, in a trance. Describing what a king was doing at that exact moment in a palace hundreds of kilometers away. Ethylene does not do that. No gas does that. Euphoria, dissociation, altered speech, yes. Remote viewing of a bronze cauldron with a tortoise boiling inside it. No, the pharmacology explains 90% of the oracle. The other 10% still sits there, unexplained. Daring you to write it off as coincidence or priestly trickery. I have tried. It does not quite work. And I suspect, if you are honest with yourself, it does not quite work for you either. Some things fit the chemistry, some things fit the politics. And some things do not fit anything we have a name for. The oracle would have appreciated the irony. There is a question I would genuinely like to know the answer to. And I do not think anyone can answer it. Did the priests know? At some level, below the theology, below the rituals, below the language of Apollo and pneuma and divine inspiration? Did some grizzled old temple servant, sweeping the floor of the Adyton on a cold morning when no consultations were scheduled, ever press his face close to the rock and breathe in that faint sweetness and think, this is what makes it work? Did any of them, in the quiet moments between festivals, understand that what they were managing was not a god but a gas? We will never know. The priests of Delphi left no candid memoirs. Their theology and their practice were one thing, not two, but the systems they built. The goat test, the seasonal calendar, the unventilated room, the specific positioning of the tripod over the specific spot in the floor. These systems work too well to be pure accidents of faith. They work like the systems of people who noticed something and built around it, even if the language they used to describe what they noticed was the language of gods rather than geology. And in a way, does it matter? You could know the chemical formula for every compound rising from that crack. And it would not tell you why kings listened. You could map every microfissure in the limestone and never explain why a farmer climbed a mountain to ask about his olive harvest. Or why a mother traveled for weeks to ask whether her sick child would recover. The gas explains the trance. It does not explain the trust. And the trust, built over centuries, confirmed by enough accurate predictions to sustain belief through the inaccurate ones, reinforced by the ambiguity that made even the failures sound wise. The trust was the real power. The gas was just the delivery mechanism. The gas still seeps. Not in the volumes it once did. The faults have shifted. The channels have narrowed. The Earth has rearranged itself over the intervening centuries in ways the rock does not explain, and the geologists can only partially map. But the Kurna fault is still there, running through the limestone. The Delphi fault is still there, crossing it beneath the old temple platform. The bituminous limestone, with its embedded oils and its capacity to produce light hydrocarbons under pressure and heat, has not changed its fundamental nature. Only its expression has changed. If you visit Delphi today, and it is worth the climb, worth the winding road through the olive groves and up the switchbacks with the gorge dropping away to one side. The ruins of the Temple of Apollo stand on the mountainside in the light. A few columns have been re-erected. The foundation walls are clear. The sacred way is walkable again, the treasury bases labeled with plaques. The theater sits above the temple, cut into the slope, its stone seats worn smooth by centuries of audiences. The stadium, higher still, is where the Pythian games were held. Foot races, chariot races, musical competitions. The Adyton is gone. Filled in, partially excavated, no longer the enclosed space it was. The wind moves through the temple platform from every direction. Any gas that seeps from the rock now dissipates instantly into the open air, never building to a concentration that could affect a human mind. The tripod is gone. The Omphalos, at least the Roman copy, sits in the museum down the hill, behind glass. But on certain days, the locals say, there is a faint sweetness in the air near the temple foundations, a smell that is not the olive trees, not the wild thyme, not the oregano, not the hot dust of the limestone, something else, something from below, fainter than memory. But present, they say it has always been there, since before the gods, since before the goatherds and the python and the tripod and the kings. Something in the ground at this specific place that is not quite like anywhere else, an exhalation, a breath from very deep down. Where the faults still grind and the oils still sit in the rock and the chemistry continues its slow, ancient work, the ancients called it the breath of Apollo. The god of light, the god of music, the god of rational knowledge, claiming credit for what the earth had always done. The geologists call it ethylene, and they are not wrong. But they are also not entirely right, because no chemical name captures what happened in that room. The woman, the tripod, the gas, the words, the kings who listened, the wars that started, the cities that were founded, the civilizations that turned on the parsing of an adjective. Chemistry explains the trance. It does not explain the 1,000 years, something about this place. Call it geology, call it sacredness, call it the accumulated weight of 1,000 years of belief confirming itself. Something about this place made people listen. Made them cross seas and climb mountains and offer their gold and their questions and, in Leonidas's case, their lives. And for 1,000 years the place answered, not always clearly, not always kindly, but always, until the speaking water fell silent, and even then, the last words it spoke were the truest. Tell the king it is over. If you have been to Delphi, you know that the site has a quality that photographs do not capture. A weight, a stillness, the mountains pressing close. And the valley drops away below and the temple sits between them like a threshold. Not between inside and outside, but between the world above the ground and the world below it. Between the sky that Apollo claimed and the earth that Gaia inhabited before him. You stand on the temple platform and you feel both. The openness of the mountain air and beneath your feet, the solidity of limestone that goes down and down, layer after layer, to the faults that still grind in the dark. Visitors say the site is haunted. It is not. It is geological. But geology, at the right depth, is a form of haunting. The rock remembers what flowed through it. The springs still carry traces of what the earth once breathed. And the two faults, Kurna and Delphi, crossing beneath the old foundation, are still active, still shifting. Still, somewhere in the mineral dark, doing the slow work that once filled a small room with sweet-smelling gas and gave one woman the voice of a god, some of you are drifting now. The names and dates and fault lines are softening at the edges as they should. That is what this was for. Not to teach you geology, though there was geology, not to test you on Croesus and his tortoise, though the tortoise was real. This was for the space between the facts, the quiet that opens up when the mind has been given enough to chew on that it stops chewing and simply rests. The Oracle understood this. That is the part no one talks about. For all the famous prophecies, the wars decided, the empires weighed, the vast majority of the consultations at Delphi were private, ordinary people. Farmers asking about crops, merchants asking about voyages, parents asking about sick children, lovers asking about faithfulness. People who had walked for days, slept in fields, spent money they could not afford. All to climb a mountain and ask one question of a woman they would never see, through priests they did not know, about something that kept them awake at night. What kind of questions? The archaeological record preserves a few, scratched onto lead tablets found at oracle sites across the Greek world. Shall I marry her? Will my son recover? Should I plant the lower field this season? Is the child mine? Small questions, human questions. The questions that do not make it into the history books but that occupied, in aggregate, far more of the oracle's time than the questions of kings. And to these people, the farmer, the worried mother, the merchant weighing a risk, The oracle's answer mattered not because it was divine, but because it was an answer. Someone had listened. Someone had given a response. In a world without therapists or financial advisors or medical specialists, you could consult by appointment. The oracle was the closest thing to a professional listener that the ancient world could offer. You paid your palanos, sacrificed your goat, asked your question, and you received words you could carry home and turn over in your mind during the long walk back down the mountain. Words that gave you, if nothing else, permission to make a decision you had already been leaning toward. That is not a small thing, to give someone permission to trust their own judgment. By wrapping that judgment in the authority of a god is one of the most powerful gifts an institution can offer. The Oracle at Delphi did it for 1,000 years, for tens of thousands of people. And the fact that the words came from a woman breathing ethylene in a small stone room does not diminish the gift, it makes it stranger. But not smaller, and the woman on the tripod, breathing the sweet air from below, gave them words. Not always the right words, not always the clear words, but words, in the dark, from someone who sounded like she knew. No one knows how many thousands of people climbed that mountain and went home lighter. That part of the oracle was never recorded. Only the kings made the histories. The farmers made the climb and went home and were forgotten. That is what you are hearing now, words, in the dark, from a voice that cannot see you and does not know your name, but has been here before. In this space between wakefulness and sleep, and knows the territory. For the next entry in the archive, I have been exploring something I have never covered before. A place older than Delphi, deeper underground, carved by people who left no written record at all. Only stone, only tunnels spiraling downward, level after level. For reasons we have not yet determined, the evidence suggests they were hiding. The question is, from what? But that is for another night. Tonight, the oracle has spoken. Not in hexameter verse. Not in the ambiguous layered language that kings once paid fortunes to hear, but in the only language that matters at this hour. Rest. The question you have been carrying. The thing that brought you here, to this voice, at this time of night, the question can wait until morning. The answer will still be there. It does not expire. It does not vanish with the dawn. It will be there, patient, when you are ready for it. The gas still seeps, the earth still breathes, and you.
you.